you are. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to be alone when you're loved like you are. The stream will begin in 5 minutes. I'm continuing Pokemon Arceus. It's okay. I think there's going to be a lot of controversy on whether or not it's a good game. I don't regret getting it. I'm not going to defend it, but that's where I'll leave it. Alright, see you in a few minutes. It's okay. Hey. I'm gonna run a sound test here. Can you hear the ocean? Put your ear up to the seashell and tell me, can you hear the ocean? Good. Alright. I have Arceus open in the background. I just want to make sure that worked. So, that was Everything Disappears When You Come Around by Of Montreal. You should listen to Cherry Peel. I feel like Of Montreal is a known band. I don't think they're off the grid, but Cherry Peel is like a super old album they made. And underrated IMO. If you're a fan of sort of the Beach Boys-y, I don't want to bring up a certain band. They have really fun surf rocky acoustic songs on that album. It's good. Hey everyone. I said I would continue playing Arceus tonight. I'm about an hour late because I've just been busy today, but I'm here and I'm just gonna keep playing it. Just making sure some stuff's working here, but I think I can get started without any issues. Let me know if I need to lower the game volume. So yeah, I'll give you the fill-in for anyone that doesn't know anything about Arceus and you're just poking your head in. The first 3 hours are very typical Pokemon game. Way too much text. They think you don't understand what a Pokemon is. so they feel the need to over-explain it. Once you get past about 3 hours, they let you... Really, they force you to just run around an open area, which doesn't have that much to do, and you consult your Pokedex to complete various tasks, which are mostly just fight with XYZ Pokemon and use XYZ move. Which sounds a little annoying and a little MMO grindy, and it is. But it's... I'd be lying if I said I'm not having more fun with this than, like, I did the last Pokemon game. I mean, I'm relatively enjoying myself. I'm not going to say it's what everyone wanted. This is not. You'll be very disappointed if you're hoping this is, like, the big break in Pokemon. The big formula deviator. It's like it's Game Freak's compromise between what everyone wants and what they're willing to make. And what they can make with a year of development. With that said, I'm not hating my time here. I'm kind of enjoying myself. So, I'm just gonna keep playing. I left off after I fought her, but I didn't know how to save in this game, so I just closed it, and this is my auto-save point. So, I'm fighting her again. I got a second starter. So... The starters of this game was Cyndaquil, Oshawott, and the owl, Rowlet. But you can find other stuff in the overworld through sort of like a... I found a Chimchar through, it was just like on a tree. And I just fought it and caught it. So I don't think this game really has starter conventions. You don't find them in the wild, but you can find them, you know? Which I'm cool with. You know, my favorite Gen 1 game was Yellow. Because you could get all the starters in that. You could, you started with a Pikachu. But you could find the 3 starters across the region. I always loved that kind of thing. And I know why they don't. Because, like, it's a trade incentive to trade for the other ones. But it's nice that I can get other starters. I forgot. So they have a Pikachu out, right? My team kind of has a weakness to electricity right now. The audio's desynced. I'll look into it. I think I'm... Alright, hold on. I'm gonna cut the feed. Cut the feed! Everyone... Please recite the Bhagavad Gita while we wait. Hare Krishna. Or, not the Bhagavad Gita. The, the Hare Krishna. I have to, like, completely disconnect my thing to get it working, but it should work. It's Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I learned it today. Don't know what it is? Look it up. I don't feel like explaining it. Audio check. Am I in sync? No, not Billiam. I just got to get through this Pikachu. And then go catch a freaking rock type. Good thing you only have 2 Pokemon. So I hope everyone had a good 16 hours since I last streamed. I said last stream, I went and bought this honey pizza the other day, and I really liked it, and I wanted to make it at home, because I don't need to be spending 10 bucks every time I eat a pizza. So I did. For my lunch today, I got some arrabbiata, like the marinara sauce. It's kind of spicy. I went with my own formula for it. Usually I get like this vegan pizza or this honey pizza. I sort of combine the two pizzas I usually eat. And I absolutely rep it. Some people gave me a funny look last stream about the idea of having honey on a pizza. It's surprisingly very good. I have a Geodude, but as we've discussed, I think Geodude looks stupid, so I don't want to use it. I'm not doing the blue thing. I don't... I'm going to withhold myself and my humor for the sake of your eyes. And I promise that at no point will I flash the screen with a blue. One that looks like that. Just so everyone knows what I'm referring to. But yeah, I did, I'm going to gush about my pizza, because this is all I have to talk about. Well, right now. Yeah, I threw banana peppers on it. So here's the trick that I did. I got hot honey, which is apparently a distinct thing. I got hot honey and honey. So I mixed hot honey into the marinara, alongside, like, you know, garlic and some other stuff. And then when it was cooked, I drizzled just a teeny bit of like normal, not spicy honey on the top. And it really did. It slapped. Just to reaffirm with everyone, in case you didn't totally believe me, having tried it 3 times now and making it myself once, it's worth it. It's not something I would eat every time I have a pizza. But definitely like every 2 to 3 times. I'll easily be going back to it. A super potion. Yeah, it's about that time. So the main gameplay loop, as you'll see, because it does not deviate too much, is running up to Pokemon, catching them. You do that for about an hour until you get the necessary research data. Occasionally, it'll throw a overworld quest, which seems to be sort of guiding me towards something. Again, once you get past, like, the 5-hour point, it's not awful. You're supposed to have a Pokemon that swims. I don't have that yet. So, I just died. I'm not going to make a pizza and deliver it to you. Like, if you're really curious, I'll write down my recipe. I've only made it once. But it's a pizza. I think you can figure it out. I already ate my whole pizza. I'm sorry, I can't share it. Like, I can't hand out leftovers. Am I gonna try Pizza Hut? No. No, I don't think I will. I used to get, like, too much Papa John's. It's not pizza. Papa John's or, Little Caesars. Which everyone always fucking complains about both of those. Like, why would you eat it? Like, it's... You don't eat chain pizza as if it's pizza. You just eat it as if it's, like, you're getting, you know, a burger. Like, you don't treat... I don't know, a Wendy's burger like a burger. That's just... I want... mouth sensations in square form. I don't eat them now. If I get pizza, I want to make it myself. I generally do. But if I gotta get a pizza, there's like a local place nearby I go to. Pizza, people, pizza. The iconic catchphrase. I know Chuck E. Cheese has streamed. Do you think, like, Little Caesar, whatever, be a Twitch streamer? I don't know enough about the history of Caesar to continue that joke, but I promise it would be funny if I did. Here's a joke I owe you. You can redeem it anytime except right now. What a tiny Pokemon. If at any point the audio gets too desynced or lags or anything, let me know. Because I don't have my capture up on my screen, so it's hard for me to tell if that happens. Why are Pokemon noises so strange? Well, the literal reason is because when the first Pokemon game came out, they had limited resources to make Pokemon noises. So what they did was they used just the sound system of I guess, the Game Boy Color. Of, like, the original Game Boy. And they just... it's magic. They just fucking used magic. They waved their hands and made 150 distinct... Well, mostly distinct. There's a lot of repeats in Gen 1. Sounds. And once the technology developed that they didn't have to do that, they're just like, alright, just make them animal noises. Or just weird slide whistles. Except for Pikachu, who for some reason always has a real voice. There's like a video on YouTube, which is pretty interesting, and gives a better explanation for how they made the Pokemon noises. I just know if you go back to Gen 1, you can find, a dozen or so Pokemon that share the same screen, but they're just pitched up or down. It's interesting how they made it work, though. Because it's not something I ever noticed playing. It's like, oh, they all have the same screen. Jeez, the skill curves going up in these battles, I'm so used to autopiloting. I need to pay attention now. Walking around mid-combat doesn't do anything. I just get bored. Which is why you'll see me just running around. I'm not getting rolled. He's got one Pokemon left. I got 3. If I had to use a revive, that's when I'm getting rolled. That's a quick kiss right there. How does a Togepi do a strong style? How do you even do a strong style kiss? What's the so the difference is mwah. That's the two styles. I don't like that. I don't like that. That sounds accurate. Joke's on you for using that a strong move. I should not have double hit. I just imagine when a strong style kiss is like your lips fly off, like they extend off of your face in a comedic fashion. Like they have an Acme rubber sound effect. It's like Luffy's doing an arm cannon. I must ask your help in retrieving the stolen wall fragment. With your skill, it should be a cinch. I don't think I've ever read the word cinch in text form. C-I-N-C-H. Kink. Kink. Fascinating. They gave this game lip sync, but no voice lines. Like they got halfway there. Probably not even synced. It's just like they're just saying the word watermelon. Watermelon. I'm told that's an actual trick for background actors. When they need to look like they're talking, a lot of background actors will stand around, but like it's hard to make fake conversation as a background actor because you're there for hours doing the same thing over and over. So some background actors, they'll just say watermelon because the way your mouth looks saying that, it hits a lot of the hard consonants, like watermelon. So it kind of, it looks like you're saying a bunch of words and not just one over and over. Or I guess you just throw the word watermelon in randomly. Either way, I've used that in a couple videos. It's very subtle, but like I've had a few things where I needed to do fake lip sync for like the Bommy character, so I just made him say watermelon like 6 times. No one ever noticed. So what's going on? Australia's on the wall? Okay. So this was the event I came here, just to fight that guy. And that's it. Now I go fight stuff. Is there a big bad in this game? I don't know. I think it's God, but he's also my phone. So maybe he's not the bad guy. It's Carnivine. What was that thing in the anime about James's Carnivine? Didn't it, like, get trapped in a cracked Pokeball or something? I remember this came up at some point, and maybe someone can fill in the holes. I was going down the rabbit hole of has a Pokemon ever died? And at some point it led me to James's Carnivine, but I can't remember what the description was of what happened. I think James's Carnivine canonically died. It's, you know what's crazy to me? In the anime, what was that thing Ash always did in combat? He pulled up his Pokedex mid-fight and, like, learned about the Pokemon. We still don't do that, and I get why it's annoying, but I can't remember if I've caught a Psyduck. And usually there would be an icon that says, like, no, you got it. But I don't think that exists in this game. So I just can't remember if I've caught a Psyduck. I think I killed one. You live in Australia? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That Psyduck just sprung a leak. I'll go ahead and share with you something else I did today. That's kind of on my mind, and it bugs me, but I also get why. I've been wanting to go thrift shopping for like a week or two now, but I'm just always too lazy to. Just like, I won't go. So I went today. I drove out to just like a Goodwill. I was like, I want to find a good sweater or something. So I finally went to one, and all of their changing rooms are now closed. I guess because of like COVID and stuff. And my whole thought process is like, the entire point of going to a thrift store is trying on clothes and seeing if they fit. Like, they're completely random measurements and different brands. You never know what fits and what doesn't. If you can't try the clothes on at the thrift store, you might as well not even be at a thrift store. So I had to completely eyeball it. Luckily, I know my body size. So I think I was like 5 for 6. I bought one button up that was a little too big, but everything else fit to a T. I got like a really iconic, I think, turtleneck. Like one of those grandma knitted turtlenecks with a really big neck part. Super fluffy. I got one like lighter turtleneck. Just something I can wear out. And I got a cardigan, and then just a bright shirt. Just a bright beige shirt. So, all in all, pretty good cop. I figured there wouldn't be much in my area. But I got some nice, cozy clothes. I'm wearing one of the turtlenecks right now. The light one. So, yeah, just to reaffirm. Macklemore was correct. Thrift shopping is it fucking awesome. I wanted to find something funny, like a novelty cup, but there's none of that in my thrift stores nearby. It's all just like Christmas stuff. Hey, Fruity Brute, what do I think of this game? It's passable. I think it's more fun than the last 5 Pokemon games. I think it's probably 50% of what I want of a Pokemon game. Maybe 60%. I truly, I think if the overworld was littered with more interactive content and there was a couple of, you know, mini boss level trainers just around. And then the last thing I would add is secret bases. I think with those 3 elements, this would be like the Pokemon game I'm asking for. I don't even need an open world where you can walk anywhere. I don't mind the system they have now. The Monster Hunter sections. I'm okay with that. It's just that these areas, they're mostly decor. It's not really stuff. Those are the 3 things this game needs. The good news is, it does a lot of the other stuff it needed. After Hour 3, that is. Lets you kind of just walk where you wanna. You don't constantly get stopped with combat. You get to sort of decide if you're taking a fight. Like, you don't just lock eyes with a Pokemon and you're stuck. And I appreciate them doing the agile and strong thing in combat. Like, they even did something with combat. I haven't noticed its effect too strongly yet. Or agilely yet. But I think it's a good step that they're even willing to do that. I think I'm sort of in like the 2nd or 3rd area now. The first area they give you is not fun. It's really just vapid. This is kind of cool though. Like, there's this ruiny place. I'm digging it. What does strong and agile mean? So when fighting, you have certain special moves that can be used quickly or strongly. If you do it strong style, you're basically skipping your next turn but doing more damage. Agile is less damage, but you get it out before your enemy, I believe. So it's sort of like a quick attack for any applicable move. So I just use strong style. The Krogunk has decided to laugh at me twice. It didn't even fight, it just laughed. The Krogunk just Keck W'd at me. I actually need to catch one, so... kind of a strategy game, marginally. It's not designed around like deep strategy. It just seems like they're throwing a couple gimmicks. Like, every Pokemon game has some sort of a gimmick, whether it's Mega Evos or... I know some people like them. I like Mega Evos. This game's gimmick seems to be like the agility strong system. And I guess that's it. Like, there's boss Pokemon where they have red eyes, but you catch them and they become normal. I kind of miss the Shadow Pokemon thing. But I get that was just like a spin-off game. I think your first Pokemon game will be your favorite. In general, I agree with that. The thing is, my first Pokemon game was Crystal. I think it was like Silver and then Crystal. But I almost want to say I like Gen 3 more. I think Crystal's my favorite game for the double region thing, but that's so unfair. I think Gen 3 was an all-around better game. Dude, I don't think a day goes by where I don't start humming to myself. It might be like one of my favorite songs. I don't know why. That song stuck in my head so hard. And, you know, I love Gen 2, but I don't really know any songs that from, like, Gen 3 cemented itself in my brain in many ways, whereas I have to actively remember Gen 2. The details like music. It's not make your meaning. I'm serious. You don't have to do a lot of honey. Just a little. Is that the bike theme? No, I'm humming. I think it's Petalburg. Do 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 do. It's like the town where your dad lives in Gen 3. That or Mauville. I think it's Petalburg, though. It's like one of my favorite Pokemon songs. What blew my mind was realizing that there was an upbeat version of Lavender Town made for the remakes, I believe. I don't remember if there was a upbeat version in the original. I'll pull it up now. Also, I forgot to tweet that I'm live, so you're gonna get that now. I think it's like the Lavender Town Day theme. So for context, that's the normal version. Now I need to find the remade version. This was the Heart Gold Soul Silver version of that same song. It's so happy. Someone made an upbeat GSE sound font version. I want to find that. Lavender Town RSC sound font? I won't look too long. I don't think I can find it. But you know the song. And there's like an upbeat version of it that actually goes very hard. Have I seen the Snorlax? I've seen the memes of it, but I haven't encountered it myself. It's red eyes. I can't even catch it. The Hunter, on the other hand. The first area. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen all of it yet. Just because I'm following the new areas. Oh, come on. I missed every single one. What the fuck? Does it? It won't. It can't be caught. All right. If it's a fight you want. Oh, buddy. One pie. Come on. Come on, man. You can't pet your Pokemon in this game. Which might be the worst part. Don't do it. I don't feel like fighting, so I'm just going to waste half my Pokeballs on one Pachirisu. Is this the theme? Let's find out. Well, yeah, that's the one I played earlier. What I mean is, someone made it again, but with the GSC sound font. So it's this song, but with the original instrumentation. So yeah, we're not gonna find it, I guess. But I know it exists out there somewhere. Thanks, quite. Or the gifted subs. Not the best time, but I mean, there's never a bad time, really. Listen. So I can usually trust chat with my links, so it's not that hard to get me. Man, fuck you, plant. Alright, Ponytail's gonna one-shot this thing. Level 24. How do you like it, Waylon? I've told it a few times, but I mean, I'll tell it again. So, before Balmy, I used a picture of Wind Waker Link. And for multiple reasons, I eventually felt like, I want to move away from that. I want to make something new. So the origin of my mascot, of Balmy, was April 1st, 2018. I did an April Fool's stream where I riffed on Vine Sauce, believe it or not. And I did corruptions and I changed my avatar to a little bomb with a hat. But it had like the Vine Sauce colors and stuff. And people thought it was like... People, I guess, didn't recognize it as a riff on the Vine Shroom. So, after April Fools, I developed the design more. I'm like, alright, I don't want it to be a literal Vine Shroom. So, I'll give it a body. I'll change the colors. And, the design just kept developing and became what it is now over time. But basically, I just decided to change it, and I went, what weapon does Link use? He uses a bomb. Alright, I'll make a bomb a face, and I'll give it a Link hat. And then I'll invert the Link colors, so instead of a green shirt and yellow hair, he'll have a green face and yellow shirt. It's clever, right? Definitely not gonna hold up in court. But I do want to establish that Balmy was made before Witty. It was made before some of the bomb OCs that I've seen going around the internet. I don't think it's related. But I also feel the need to defend myself because there is a famous bomb character with a hoodie. And it was not the inspiration for Balmy. Oh, I'm out of Shichul space. I think it's about time to just go back, honestly. Port some data. Go back to the field after. Hey, Punchy. That's me. Always have been. Money. It's good I'm at a point where I'm not constantly in text menus, but I can see some of these menus getting kind of grating after a while. Having to return my research all the time. Stealth spray. This spray muffles the sound of your footsteps. Makes Pokemon less likely to notice you. I feel like I value this crafting system more than I did Breath of the Wild's cooking system. I know that Breath of the Wild's cooking system wasn't designed for you to, like, try everything, and it's more like just so you can use the stuff you find. But I like the idea of crafting, because there's a lot of different items in Pokemon. I can see it getting a lot of use. I'm gonna put all the stuff I don't need. Oh, Stardust. Okay. Won't worry too much. I'm just keeping the stuff I can throw at Pokemon, or the stuff I can sell. And everything else I'll worry about later. Alright. Back to town. I always forget that you can't actually run to town. Would I recommend Arceus to people who've never played Pokemon? Never played Pokemon? That's a good question. It's definitely, like, you can pick it up. You don't need to play the previous games to understand or enjoy this one. I would almost argue you might appreciate this game more if you play an older one first. The thing about Pokemon is you can play any of them. There is no order, really. I would say, personally, anyone that's never played Pokemon should play, like, Aurus, which is the remake of Gen 3. Afterwards, then you could probably play this. Like, my order would probably be, like, I thought Aurus was, like, the best Pokemon game up until... I still almost would think it's the best Pokemon game. Black and White first. I come from an older generation, so my analytics are skewed. I didn't play Black and White until, like, 3 years ago. But some people might recommend you play that. And also, Aurus, it just had a good online system, but you won't even use that now. I guess what I'm saying is, I would play one of the linear Pokemon games. Don't, like, you can pick which. And then, once you play this, it'll feel like a breath of fresh air getting to run anywhere. Whereas, if you play this and then the old ones might not be as fun. Because you're gonna feel like, I can't walk anywhere, this isn't Pokemon. I just don't want you to get it backwards. But, yeah, you can play this first. I'm not gonna stop you. Hey, Worma. Platinum? I think Gen 4 has, like, one of the best regions. Like, the snowy region. There's so much variety. I'm pretty sure I just have a personal bias for Gen 3, but I don't think it's like the greatest region or anything. It just that I like the game because it didn't hit me over the head with the story. It's like I'm just moving and I watch the story unfold around me. Whereas a lot of other Pokemon games, they make you sit in the front seat and stop everything to pay attention. Or maybe I should say, they beat you over the head with it, acting like you're this important central figure, and they just kind of overdo it. Gen 3, like, you're an important figure, but they don't beat... They're annoying. Andy gave me a thank you for finding a satchel. And some of my stuff was found. Mage. Thanks, Mage, and the other name I can't pronounce. Rogunk, poison fighting. So, I want to keep Luxray. I'm not crazy about Ponyta. Drifloon, Ghost Flying. Not crazy about Drifloon either. There's not online combat to this game. So, there's not that... It doesn't seem like there's a reason to meta build. I'm not building for online battles. I don't care much for Billiam Doof. He was just like there at the start. But he is a decent level, which is something I gotta keep in mind. A grass poison wouldn't be bad to have. Wish I could have caught that Haunter. I would have used it. I don't want to just keep an open slot. I'll bring the Chimchar for leveling, but I don't plan on using Chimchar. Pokemon naming. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I gotta name them. I just didn't think about it. Rosalia. The plant. You know what always bugged me is you can't look at a picture of the Pokemon while you name it. Like, I want to come up with a name based on their goofy face. I gotta come up with a name for this thing. Flower hand. Rose. It's a little simple. I'm going with a reference. Ghastly. The ball of ghost. Bob. I like the idea of just gaslight. Chimchar. I'm better than that. I can work with that. Alright, we got Garden Head, Gaslight, and Monk E. Appropriately abbreviated. Or capitalized. Rick Ghastly. Give it a shout out. While I'm here, I'll expand my satchel if I can. secret bases would have been so perfect for this game. I don't understand why they stopped. I will never not be upset about this. What about Game Freak just made them decide, like, it's no one really cares about having a little room that's yours anywhere in the world. Like, what led to the decision? Like, there are so many parts of Pokemon that are cut that I understand. Like, oh, balance reasons, right. No one wants to fight with Mega Evolutions, Gigantamaxes, Z moves. Alright, I get it. Secret bases? You couldn't? You gave me a fucking house, and I can't even decorate it. Why? I can't even put a fucking poster on the wall. Look how sad this room is. I still feel like I'm supposed to get clothing, and I just haven't yet. Maybe there's a store here, and I haven't actually gone into these houses. Buy clothing. Can I dye my freaking hair color to not be anime protagonist blue? You know, I had to do it to him. It's a bit closer, actually. Fuck, should have bought that first. Where's a vendor? I got some stuff to sell. Grift. I thought it said grift dust. Grit dusk. Dust. Can raise the effort levels for one of a Pokemon's effort levels? EV? What's an effort level? Am I forgetting? Is it an effort value? Can be used to raise it only up to level 3. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just blanking on what that even is. Let's study fashion together. If we were able to see and compare, we could create new designs. You need to see a female hippopotamus so you can make clothing? I don't feel like I missed a step on this logic. Like, what? Go back to the pants later. I can work with this. So they're all sandals. Not a single Converse on the menu. Is this the first time we've ever seen the protagonist's feet? I feel like they've never let us wear open-toed shoes or sandals. Did you see people using Aether assets from Gilded Games and then monetizing it on Minecraft Bedrock? I didn't. I heard, it's a long story, that there's like a Minecraft texture pack where it's like faithful, but it's like 32 by 32 instead of the 16. And some other guy continued that texture pack from someone else. Sorry, a resource pack. I'm a boomer. Someone continued that resource pack and then sold it to and started selling it on Bedrock Edition without the creator's permission. So there's a big controversy now where someone's making money off a resource pack they didn't start. I'm just looking at my outfit. It feels a little too bright. It's these pants, man. They're not supposed to be this freaking bright. But, whatever. I'm just a walking peach. It's like there's not enough contrast in this outfit is the one problem. Like, it's all just yellow. Man. I change out this, shirt. Just for now. Well, I got some more contrast. Okay, I'm just in my pajamas now, but I can work with that. Thanks, Age. Glad you like. Still too much yellow. Yeah, it's just... They don't know how to drip in this game. Like, they don't understand what accessorizing is. I think it's really just the shoes. Like, if I had some, like, big black goth boot shoes, this would work. Raining. I don't know anything about Minecraft Bedrock, but I'll watch an Ant Venom video now and then. Who knows Rock Smash? What the fuck is his fate? What's that? My character was doing a Hego for like 3 seconds. I might have gotten rid of my Rock Smash. Fuck. I got rid of Bidoof because I just didn't want to use a Bidoof. Any Pokemon? Can I? Huh. Okay. I'd be lying if it wasn't kind of nice having to have Pokemon for stuff, but I do appreciate not having to HM slave. Yeah, you just don't need HM slaves. Anymore. Skunk. It's a skunk. Stunky. Such a stupid name, Stunky. It's like something someone would call me when they're making fun of me. A Stunky. Boo! How'd I get Chimchar? I just found it. I just walked up to a tree and there was a Chimchar and it jumped down and fought me. I still don't know. Oh, great, a poison lake. I still don't know how symmetrical everyone's playthrough is of this game. Like, if everyone has a really different experience after 5 hours. It feels like, you know, there's probably a lot of players who wouldn't randomly run in this direction like I'm doing. Like, they're clearing this area from the start. So I'm curious if there's a point where, like, I'm finding Pokemon that other people at my time, like, don't even realize they can get. Like that Chimchar, was that a scripted event? Or did I just find a Chimchar? I think it would be really cool if I just went off the path and got rewarded for it. I'm not doing my quest right now. I'm just running around. This game needs goggles because this guy's just taking a bath and I kind of want to just watch. But I can't like zoom in. Computer enhance. Computer enhance image. Trying to throw Pokeballs at it. There is a first-person mode. Man, I wish you weren't messing with me. I'm gonna fucking egg him. It looks like it's crying. Wait, shit. That wasn't an no, I don't want it. I don't want it. Don't catch. I don't want. Well, Alright, the Krogunk's making it. That's making it to my party. I've made too many memories with him. I have to pay for my deeds. Old ZL. There's an actual first person! You weren't messing with me! Oh, I wish I still had my Genji overlay. Wow. Should increase the views. You can't throw Pokeballs in first person, apparently. There's skunks everywhere. Just, if I could do this the whole stream and just constantly confuse new viewers, it would be perfect. I'm seeing if I can find like a first Okay. Ah, come on, man! I need a health pack! Like, I could just do this for 2 minutes and someone is gonna click on my stream convinced that it's like real. This is why they need to update auto exec. Oh, I detached from my mortal self for a moment there. If I crouch, it looks like I'm jumping, kind of. They finally did it, guys. They updated TF2. Beautiful. You know, everyone said they couldn't pull off the Battle Royale. But they did it. The freaking madmen did it. Just so everyone knows, I'm not trying to drag out the joke. I'm doing this long enough that the thumbnail on Twitch will update so that this is what people see under my stream. And they finally added the commander, guys, the 10th class. This thing almost looks like a Flygon. So I want it. Yanma. Oh. Ooh, real scary. I beat plenty of gym leaders. They're dime a dozen rare candy sucking scumbags. Like you. No offense. I do appreciate the awkwardly shaky camera. Kind of fits for how a scout plays. Yeah, I used to have a transparent Legion from Titanfall 2 for this exact joke, but I got rid of it. Or I just lost it. Yeah, I'd be running too. Man, I wish I knew about this before the stream. I would have like 16 hotkeys for my stream. I would go so far with this joke. I have to like like how can I do this on the spot? It's like it's focused on the Psyduck. What did I just see? All right. You guys ready for the joke? I think I'm ready. No.
If you disguise and
This... No. Wait. I can do the joke. I can do the joke. This isn't the joke yet. The joke hasn't started. Okay? So I'm gonna walk up to him. And... Wait. Hold on. There's another part to the joke. Hold on, there's a part 2 to it. What the fuck does this Psyduck keep doing? It just keeps jumping. Stop jumping in the water! The joke will work, guys. Just wait. It keeps looking at him. Stop looking at him. Okay. So, I gotta get this. Alright. Then I gotta shoot him. He's dead. I killed it. Thank you for coming to my stream. I appreciate everyone showing up. I really try to pour my heart out here, and just having the chance to entertain you just really fulfills me. It's too much work. I had to find an isolated shotgun noise on YouTube and then loop it. It still blows my mind they just added a first person. Like, they just added a Pokemon snap mode. You know what? You earned a spot in the party. I'm gonna have 2 water types now. 3 water types, actually. The Krogunk, you, and my starter. But you earned it. Makes me wish there was a sword in this game. I could do a Jack the Ripper joke. Alright. What was I doing? Just collecting data, I guess. Actually, I'm gonna be getting levels. I might as well go get those Pokemon that I caught. Have you seen the clip of a Snorlax pulling speed tech? Speed run tech? No. I saw that someone like broke the game and added wave dashing. I don't know how they did it, but they made their character basically wave dash across the ground. Was a good joke. Is the joke over yet? Check your Twitter. I think it's over. I don't really see how I could add to it anymore. I checked my Twitter. There's nothing here. No, I think that's the best we're getting out of that joke. A good artist like knows when to end the bit. That's what I've learned over the years. Wait, which Krogunk was the Crow? Why do I have two Krogunks? Why are they next to each other? I swear I caught... What the fuck? Did I, like, dupe the Krogunk that I hit with spoiled apricots? Poison fighting. Oh, it's not water. Huh. I feel like it's a bad idea to have an Oshawott and a Psyduck in the party, but I'll carry him around for a bit. He's earned it. What do you rate the game? What do I rate the game? I rate the game. Yeah. Maladroit? Is that fair? I feel like Maladroit's a fair rating. Out of a blue. Wow, I like Maladroit too. But I'm not going to defend it in anyone's top 20 album list. Like, it was okay. It was alright. Like, it's conceptually pretty good, but it's relatively uninventive in a lot of ways. Kinda lingers. There's only one reason people go poking around out here in the middle of nowhere. You're after us three, aren't you? Sisters, we should introduce ourselves properly before we show this poor fool how wrong he was to assume that he could ever beat us. I am impressed with your makeup staying on in this rain. Charm Clover. Oh, I E-dated a girl named Clover once. And Coin. My D&D character's name is Coin. Man, this is tripping me out. The Charm, I got no connection to the name Charm. How's that? How'd it go? I don't know. We've emailed each other a few times. Not. Oh, it was like it ended amicably. It wasn't awful. Garden Head, you're so tiny. Look at the tiny thing. Oxycroak. Oh, she only has one Pokemon. Nice, nice one. Krogunk. It's not ground type, right? I don't think it is. It's like fighting poison. I think I'm thinking of Swampert. There's no way you actually think honey on pizza's as bad as pineapple. That is a completely different field. Pineapple is sweet. Honey is... It can be spicy. You can get spicy honey. Yeah, it's called hot honey. It's a thing. Hot honey. Guys, it comes from bees. You don't act surprised when it has a little sting to it. For real though. It's just a glaze of honey, right? It's not like you're not eating a chunk, a glob, a consummate of honey on your pizza. Like with pineapple, it's like almost a texture thing at that point. The ratio of pineapple to pizza is annoying, but just a little glaze of honey just to highlight the taste, the undertone. This isn't something you can ratio. It's not. It's there aren't likes in Twitch chat. I'm telling you. Like it just harmonizes with the salt, the little salt kick of pizza, of like, you know, like well seasoned cheese. So I feel like, since I'm apparently defending myself, the reason honey works in this context, I put it with peppers. I put it with like a bell pepper or a cherry pepper or something particularly spicy. That way it offsets the hotness with sweetness. That's why I think it works. I think if you're just eating a straight cheese pizza with honey, it would probably be a little like overwhelming. It's like, this is too sweet. I just wanted a pizza. But when you have pepper on it, it's a balance. It's like, oh, this is overwhelming. Oh, but now it's going down smooth like candy. And if there's ever a compliment for pizza, it's tasting like candy. Take this to top pizza in a quarter. I'll try to make a poll, but it didn't work last time. I'll make a poll in chat for whether honey on pizza is like a sin. It... There. I've made a poll. Is honey on pizza valid? And, there. So, if you're able to, go to... there's no vote. Go to that straw poll and vote. And we will decide democratically right now whether I'm crazy for apparently bringing this idea. I didn't invent it, by the way. This isn't like FUNKe coming up with a new food. This is an existing recipe. 20 votes. There's not a single no so far. Not even a depends. So, Big W for people with good taste today. Yeah, still all yes. It's bugged. It's not rigged. Oh man, suddenly everyone agrees. What are you gonna do about it? Storm the Capitol? Also, I got poisoned at some point during that. Probably from all the toxicity in my chat. Krogunk. I gotta give a name to him. I kept throwing spoiled apricots at him. Well, I'm gonna name him... And the Psyduck. Just a bit more identifiable that way. Then I can just call him Scout for short. Oh, you want me to go back here again? I'm well aware of Kabbalah's reputation. They say she's stubborn, too old-fashioned, so on, but she's given the Pearl Clan all she has ever since she was young. She lived her prime years here in Hisui region, trusting in the guidance of the almighty Sinnoh. I don't think it's that she hates the Diamond Clan or the Galaxy team. Rather, I think she simply loves the Pearl Clan. I need a TLDR here. I think this is like the angle they're going for. Why are the Twitch emotes ugly? Because unlike every other Twitch streamer that wants to tap into your deepest desires for everything to be beautiful and cute, I keep it real. My mascot isn't adorable. It's fucking ugly. Like the real world. You know what I was thinking would be a good emote the other day? I have a clap emote and a really fast clap emote. But I don't have an emote where it just claps once and then stops clapping. And I thought it would be funny to make an emote where it's just a single clap and then the hands go down. And I don't know when it would ever get used. But I think I'm gonna make it now. Slow clap. There's a fast clap and then an average clap. There's not a slow clap. Solana has become enraged, but he doesn't seem to be in an utter frenzy. I think he'll return to his normal state if we can just give him some medicine. I could never bring myself to engage Pokemon in battle, but that's something I can rely on you for, am I right? That's such a typical old person. I'm gonna make you shoulder all of the stuff I didn't want to do. How old is Bommy? You talk about Bommy like it's an individual character and not just a fucking puppet. I don't know. I never thought about it. It's a fucking bomb. I'm 24. So 24. Should make it younger just so you creeps don't get any idea, but you probably will, and then it'll just be worse. Oh. What day is it? 20... What day is it? Is it February? No, it's the 30th. I'm 25 in a month and 5 days, roughly. March 5th. So next month, if you consider January 30th February, which I do. Skyrim. 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 Climb, you fool! My mental aid? No, it's just... The reason Bommy is like a small statured thing is because it's based off Wind Waker Link. It was like, I used Wind Waker Link as an avatar. So I'm like, alright, I'll make this character a cartoon-sized bomb. I'm gonna commission just a super buff JoJo-sized Bommy for the next video, just to throw everybody off. Yeah, I mean, I guess Link is a kid. Like, how old is he? Fucking 12 or something. You have to keep in mind, I used a Wind Waker avatar, like 2011, so I was 13, 14. And it just kind of never changed up until Bommy. Which is why I continued that. It was actually a genius marketing ploy for people to not feel like the change was as sudden as it was. Now that that's happened, I can break out the super tall, 6 foot tall buff Bommy. And it won't be as weird, because I've already had Bommy for like 3 years. Show your medal to Ursulana. Luna. Bear is not as intimidating as I think it's supposed to be. Goodbye, fertilizer. I was not prepared for this encounter. Oh boy. Man, I should have thrown out something that could stun it. Ooh. I know it's asking too much of Pokemon, but it'd be cool if while my Pokemon's fighting, I had to run around and do stuff on the level. Like, I had to run up and hit levers and parkour, like Breath of the Wild, climb a wall while my Pokemon's fighting, and I just have to multitask. It would never happen in a mainline Pokemon game, but it just feels so strange they let me run around for, like, what reason? Like, this could actually be a groundbreaking turn-based RPG if it wanted to be. You got this scout joke. He did it. Oh. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. Very short loop. Blech. You sent fan art? Yeah, I mean, I'll look at it. On Twitter? I'm guessing you DM'd it because I didn't see anything in my... No, I don't see anything. I'll keep an eye on it. You're exactly right. When you quelled Kleavor's frenzy, I could see the strange light rising into the sky all the way from here. But no such strange light erupted from Ursaluna after you defeated him, nor was he glowing. And what is this clinging to Ursaluna's coat? It seems like some kind of powder. That girl from the Diamond Clan, Arezu. Now, why did she of all people find the need to come and tell me about Ursaluna, I wonder? You know, the more I play this game, the more the DLC for Sword and Shield kind of makes sense to me. It was an open area, you run around catching stuff, but it seemed like it was missing a bunch of context, like the boss fights and the main questing. So you can kind of tell Game Freak's head was in this zone after Sword and Shield was done. The bear looks like it has a sad face on its face. Like, I know that's eyebrows, but the eyebrows look like eyes, and it's under its eyes looks like a mouth. Like someone stuffed clay onto its face. So you're the Survey Corps child who quelled the Lord of the Woods, are you? Think you could help with setting up our new base camp? We're making one up by the bogs. Odo could show you someone as capable as you. He's a fresh construction corps recruit, still learning the ropes. Kinda funky. I don't really want to help him set that up, so I'm kind of just looking around. I will say my team is mega hurt. Nice. Oh, I needed to get a female one of these, don't I? Or like one of each. I'll go catch another two. Because apparently clothing trends come from catching Pokemon that spend all day in a mud pile. That's high fashion for you. You say that as a joke, she might actually be skinning these. A ball of mud. Hitting a Pokemon with one may stun it. It's a rock! This game has rocks! In the form of mud. I'm so happy. I need to get like 100 of these so I can just pelt Pokemon with them. I don't think hitting the mud-covered Pokemon will do much, so I'm gonna save it. Oh. I get to ride the bear. I paid no attention to what it can do, so this could be a problem. I don't think it's a wall climber. Sonar? Huh. I'm told it's an items radar. Oh, this poor thing. I got a whiff up here. So I know I can switch back to the horse. I'm trying to see what this thing wants. Okay. I'm impressed this thing can even get a whiff of something that's apparently underwater. I got balls of mud. That's literally exactly what I wanted. So this is perfect. Also, yeah, it makes sense that I find balls of mud down here. It just KO'd my bear, unfortunately. And maybe me. At least I got to see one frog before I died. At least I got to see one. I'll check my DMs for the fan art a bit later. I don't generally like stop the stream to look at stuff unless it's like directly relevant to like the stream itself. But I look at all the fan art that gets sent me. So thank you for even doing anything. Break rock. Whoa. Assistant. Okay. I was gonna kill it with a bird. But I think it just, like, disappeared. It just died on the spot. I feel like I've seen most of this area. But I'm probably wrong. There's a bunch of stuff over here. But that's all water. I need to get the water Pokemon next. How's my levels? 24. Found a wild bad hair day. It looks like one of those meat grinder clay toys where you push the clay through and it just comes out in big gunks. He's getting dangerously close to me. Oh, I could smell its hand there. Those aren't its fur on the end of its hands. That's blood. I don't think that worked. Level 45. Get out of here. No thanks. You'll find a new trainer. Skyrim. It'll work. I just gotta find the right angle. Okay, apparently avalanches can happen. I'm halfway up. If I could do like a mid-roll, a fat roll mid-air, this would actually work. Oh, almost. Oh, come on. Okay. I'll go the normal way. This isn't worth it. Starlit Bog. Hello. Tyler 1. Hey, it's always worth just seeing if it works. Sometimes you don't even have to fight them. It's weird. Geodude looks so stupid, but Graveler is pretty stacked, actually. That was kind of my best thing to fight you with. I got so invested in that joke, I forgot that I was trying to catch the Graveler. So I gotta go do that again. And I don't have a revive. If someone gets 400,000, will I give them my password? Well, just to let you in on something, the channel point, the password used to cost 200,000, but I add 50,000 every time someone gets close. So yeah, when they reach it, I'll give them my password. Or something, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's the first Pokemon! It's John Pokemon! It's the first one, everybody. It's the first ever Pokemon. Did you guys know that the first ever Pokemon is the first ever... This is the first ever Pokemon. Did you guys know that this was the first ever Pokemon? Did you guys know... Did you guys know that this Pokemon right here, was the first ever Pokemon? The first ever Pokemon was actually this Pokemon. The Pokemon in front of your eyes was the first Pokemon. Did top 10 of the facts of the Pokemon. Did you know that the first Pokemon was I miss my dad. Right on my cock. The water is flowing sideways, but it's not, like, it's not flowing. It's just sort of moving. Like, water usually moves faster like that at an angle. It's just like, this water's got nowhere to be in a hurry. Like, it's slamming into the ground at max velocity and just sort of, like, tapers out. It's like, we'll get to our destination. We don't need to rush. I don't know who has the most channel points. It doesn't actually tell me. I just sort of guess when someone's close. Someone told me they had like 150,000 once. So they probably have like 200,000. This is a new town, apparently. Yo, you have one too? I have one. It's dead. It's kind of asleep right now. But I have a duck. You want medicine for your Psyduck. I think they're just like bulldogs or chihuahuas. Like, they're just so inbred that they always have headaches. Like, you can't fix a chihuahua. It's just a chihuahua. If I forget to and someone gets it, will I? Well, we'll have to find out, won't we? We're gonna have to find out what happens when someone actually manages to buy my password. We of the Diamond Clan revere Almighty Sinnoh, but the Curl Clan claims the very same thing. What could this possibly mean? It means God exists in multiple religions. And maybe you don't have a freaking trademark on it. That's what it means, lady. Got some real Terrytown vibes, but with less charm and utility. I wish I had a Pokemon buddy that would defend me if I got attacked by Pokemon out in the wilds. But what Pokemon would ever fight by my side? Anything it catches, man. They aren't picky.
A rift has opened up in the sky. Sure hope it's not some sort of ill omen.
I'm gonna be practicing my voice acting throughout this area.
Time flows forever onward thanks to the grace of Almighty Sinnoh.
Kron. What kind of name is Kron? A crouton? Serotonin.
Time helps us to learn and grow, that's what we're all told. But time also causes us to age and eventually die. Just something to think about.
Let's play Pass the Time.
Did you know Adaman is Mai's little brother? Well, they're not really related, but they're siblings all the same. And I'm their littlest sister.
Lux.
Clover used to be in the survey corps of the Galaxy team. Wonder what she's doing now.
This one time, Ursaluna really helped me out by finding an item I'd lost. So I hope I can talk more with the Pearl Clan people real soon.
So there's one lady that wants ibuprofen, and that's like that's all that happens in this village apparently. The rest is just like the generic Game Freak lorem ipsum text.
Colonel.
I've been trying to work on my deeper voices. My last D&D character always talked like this, so I'm doing this. I'm trying to learn how to do like a mafia smoker guy.
Like, someone that's always, talking like they just ran through like a six-pack. Well, I don't know if I got the range to do that sort of thing, so I'm still workshopping the voice.
Medium Tony. Is it Medium Tony? I saw session 1 of it. God damn it, am I just taking the Medium Tony voice?
Well, it's a very usable voice, you see. I just throw a little bit, bit more smoker into it.
God damn it, I didn't think about that. I think I subconsciously stuck the fucking Medium Tony voice. That's alright. It's a good one. I totally forgot about getting that lady her medicine. I'm just gonna keep looking around, because it seems like I found actual cool stuff around here. Green Goblin voice? I don't remember what Defoe Green Goblin sounds like. What are you saying, that I was doing that voice, or are you asking me to do Willem Dafoe Green Goblin?
Doesn't he just... He talks with a certain inflection. No, this is just the Joker. I'm just doing the Joker now.
I don't know what the Green Goblin sounds like. I think I could do a Joker if I learned how to laugh in a way that isn't like a child getting tickled. Like a gnome getting tickled. I always think like I found something and it's just a tree. I'm the Joker, baby. Boss 2? I don't know what Boss 2 is. I got the bear. I haven't fought like the big angry yellow thing. I only fought one. Green Goblin voice is a mix of Elmo and Donald Duck.
So Elmo's up here, right? Elmo talked like this. The Green Goblin sounds something like this. The Green Goblin would be somewhere around here. I sound like the Green Goblin. Everybody, do I sound like the Green Goblin?
Looky lick. Looky leaks. I don't think that's the Green Goblin. I think that's the sick goblin. I think that's the black and blue goblin. Oh, level 28. This would actually be kind of useful. I worked really hard to like merge those two voices. Someone give me like two random voices again, and I'll see if I can mix them. You lied? No, I really thought that was gonna be the Green Goblin voice. Crunk. Yeah, no, I'm doing... every time I want to do Crunk, I just end up doing Joe. Mickey Mouse and Scout?
Oh, so Mickey Mouse is about right here.
In the Scout's glass. Who gives a shit about glass? He's somewhere around here.
So Mickey Mouse and Scout would be somewhere around here.
You can't, you're giving me a falsetto voice and a normal voice.
If you were from where I was from, oh, you would be fucking dead.
Now I just got gnome laughs in there. Try to give me two compatible voices, because you make them too far away and it just doesn't work. Heavy and Luigi.
Yes. I am Heavy Weapons guy. Heavy is around here. Yes, the Heavy speaks like this.
Oh, and Luigi. The Luigi is up. The Heavy Weapons guy, and this is the voice that I speak in. I could do this Luigi. It cost $400,000 to fire this weapon for.
I think I'm leaning too far. See, I'm doing what Nintendo does, and I'm Flanderizing Louisiana into being super scared. What the fuck? Did God just smite me? You say you're bad at? This is what practice is for, everyone. Ooh. No one saw that. I'm on my last Pokemon. I just realized. Alright, have fun. I'm out. About time I'd be taking my leave here. It bugs me that you can see stars. Oh, you can't. I thought you could see stars behind the moon. No, you just see the cloud. Okay. I'm not mad about that then. Can you voice act the Valve theme that plays when you start up a Valve game? Do I have to stay here? Supposing that Pokemon we just saw is a species with multiple forms, which apparently you just know already, perhaps the carvings are actually likenesses of this very Pokemon. Gonna add a section specifically for that species. Unknown. It always blew my mind that my brother got every single unknown in his crystal Pokedex. I was so impressed with that as I reset his game, losing all of his Pokemon. It just always blew my mind that he caught everything. And that I got rid of all of it. Featherball. Didn't need that many. What's my take on Ridley? That's a big question to answer. I don't know if I could fit my explanation into one sentence. I'm taking the mud balls. Rest. That's what I came here for. My Pokemon are dead. Gextreme win? I think you got me mixed up with someone. What's Gex? Normal type? Oh, I got one of each of these. That's good. Got a lot of blue Pokemon. But I'm happy with what I got. Boulder Roll Slope. I don't know where it actually wants me to go. Rosalia's page? Oh, you want me to freaking power level my Rosalia? Oh, alright, sure. Venoshock. Drenches its target in a special poisonous liquid. Sounds great. Use it. Don't I? I think I need a leaf stone to level this thing, but it becomes an even bigger flower. that, so I don't know if I can complete the Pokedex right now. I can get rid of that, because I'm not going there. Why do you think I sound like an 8? This is just what I normally sound like. I'm sorry, you have a negative impression of me. Sorry, I really blew out my voice doing the, the voice acting a minute ago. 5 minutes ago. You can say AI now. I'm bored of the subject, so I don't have much to say anymore. I promise I've kind of, had my fill. So much so I didn't even think of a joke there. Like, that's the sentence. It ended, and now it's continuing on with this sentence, and now it's over. I like the AI talks too, but it reaches a endpoint. There's nothing else to say. Without getting into, like, just straight up sci-fi talk. You want a British impression? Alright. Bad opinion, bad opinion, bad opinion, bad opinion. How was it? That's more like xenophobic than it is anything else. I'm sorry, did I offend you? I don't know how to do a British accent. It ends up being 16 different accents at the same time. I don't know how to, like, I don't know how to make Australian different from British, and they just end up destroying each other in my voice, in my mouth. Those freaking Brits just destroy my mouth. Add Texas to British. Well, that one's easy because at one point, Wheatley did that joke in Portal 2, and it sounded something like this. I'm speaking in an accent that's beyond her range of hearing. I don't think I can reach that thing. I don't think I can reach Yellowstone. But I want to try. You're not really supposed to ride up hills. I'm just trying too much. I'm just trying really hard. Surprised I can even walk this far. I would have figured the game would have stopped me like 4 minutes ago. I'm so used to Game Freak game just randomly roadblocking me. But I'm actually... I think I'm about my end point. I found a cool thing, though. A ruin. A ruin. A ruin. Don't kill it. Ooh. Oh, come on. I didn't feel like leveling my routes, so now I gotta do work. Damn it. There's a cracked Liberty Bell. Some kind of strange aura leaking out from the cracks? Are they really just cracks? This feels like the kind of thing where I gotta get a certain Pokemon to do something. Okay. Oh wow, I can just like let them all out, can't I? Damn, I've never actually stopped to try that. What are you doing, you goofball? Get down from there. Freaking lug nuts. I can't like take the Breath of the Wild selfie, it seems like. I wanted to take a selfie with them all. Yeah, I'm hoping this is an actual Pokemon event that I just have to interact with and I don't have the right Pokemon. Because that's what I think the game needs. But it doesn't give me much information on what I'm supposed to do. Honey drizzle pizza. Yeah, what's pizza with a drizzle of honey on it? Okay, it's not like all honey. The one I made, I mixed hot honey into the marinara. And it worked well, but you don't have to make it that way. I'm just saying, I never even thought about it until I heard about it. And it would be a disservice to not let other people know that you can do that. Because, like, when do people talk about honey on pizza? It never comes up. This is cool, but, like, there's nothing in this. Like, I can't climb that and get a Korok seed. I don't think there's any, lore to this area. Nothing they actually elaborate on. So it's, like, cool. But what's the point? Besides catching the Pokemon here, what's the point of all this, you know? Wow, that womps. Oh, slow down, buddy. I don't have the flying Pokemon, so I can't really do anything cool up here yet. I see some lightning in the distance. And that is as close as I'll get to seeing it. And I see a rainbow on it, too. Huh. That's 100% a rainbow and lightning at the same time. This is gonna suck. Any indie games I'd recommend? I've been playing Potion Craft. I think Potion Craft's underrated. Nothing else really. Nothing comes to mind. You raise a good point, Matcha. Why do they even let me swim for like half a second before drowning? Like, there's not a way to get out of the water. Like, when you're in the water, you're stuck in it. A distinct jingle means shinies? I didn't know that. Is that a Togetic? That's a freaking Togetic. Bruh. Oh, I don't want to scare this thing off. It's just... no thoughts. Oh, come on. I only have 13 of these, though. Shoot it down with mud. I think it'll drown if I do that. Oh shit, it moves faster. Okay. That makes sense. It's feather. Fuck, this is gonna be hard to throw. I've got two hands on one Joy-Con just to like keep... I need to stop. Fuck. Oh, 6 more. Tog of the Tech collected. Number you caught. Oh, that's cool little research data. What's this Destiny 2 world event going on over here? That seems pretty important. I keep seeing people in my chat randomly say like this game looks bad. Like like this shot right here, I don't feel like this looks bad. I mean, I guess when you're staring at a Twitch stream, no, it's empty. I'll agree it's super vapid and empty, but it's not that noticeable when you're playing. I'm not gonna defend it, but I would argue it's passable. Guys, it's only ugly when you look at it. There's a lot of discrepancy in like the models. Like the trees don't look like they belong there. Like the trees look like they look like fucking Mario 64 trees. Go to the distortion. I can't. I can't cross the water yet. I have to find a new way to get there, or I just can't go yet. Yeah, I think this whole thing is like watered off. Yep, see. Unless I can go around Lake Valor, which I doubt. I can get up there. Logically, I should be able to. You can jump that? I most certainly cannot jump that. Is that a Tadursa? It's a Tadurse. It's weird to me that the capture sound sounds so sad. I don't know. That will never not be odd to me. Nice. I'm not even supposed to have that yet. Looks like there's interesting stuff over there. I'm going to round up to Lake Valor and see if I can go around it. While I'm here, I'll look around. There's a couple Pokemons. Yeah. Minimap would be great. According to my map, this should lead to the higher level area. Yeah, so far into this stream, I haven't had a big story hiccup. Like, the game hasn't sat me down and forced me to watch anything too long or bore me. I just get to run around. I'm actually really digging it. Now, I think a lot of this catching and stuff might not pay off with, like, a big combat session or anything, but whatever. Not like Breath of the Wild. No, Breath of the Wild paid off in the end. With all the combat. But still. Not awful. Goodbye, fertilizer. Can always rely on you to just waste a turn. Don't overdo it. case you're curious what I've been up to recently, I learned that there's like Buddhist monasteries in Atlanta. And I was tempted to go to one. I'm not a religious or spiritual guy, but I am contemplative. I like the sort of recenter yourself, disconnect from your ego and just be, that kind of philosophy. And there's a lot of that in Buddhism. And I don't know. A lot of the people I look up to seem to get something out of it. What made me sad, but understandable, is they don't do in-person stuff anymore. It's all Zoom. Like, they do Buddhist lessons and gatherings. It's all over Zoom. And I'm still interested. I haven't attended yet. But, you know, part of me really was hoping to, like, go into a Buddhist temple and just see if, like, maybe a change of scenery would do something for me. I read the Bhagavad Gita like a few months ago, but I haven't really kept up with my Buddhism stuff since then. Oh, they left. So I'll keep you updated on that journey. That's why I made the Hare Krishna joke earlier in the stream. That's like the last thing I was reading up on. But I don't. I know what I've read up on what Hare Krishna means, which is like it's a mantra, which is supposed to be like, hey God, look at me, like just say, like just acknowledge me, man. Like I'm down here. I think I'm totally butchering it, but the Hare Krishna seems to be sort of a, if you're willing, you know, engage me spiritually, whether that's positive or negative, whatever you want. Again, I'm not a religious guy. I don't put much meaning into I'm tapping into or actually engaging with something, but I find like it can be good just to sort of to break up the noise in your head, to just be like, I'm going to focus in on this one thing, and it can be a metaphor. It doesn't have to be an actual conversation with something. But if I can kind of tap into that metaphor, I can maybe analyze myself in a new way. So what the Hare Krishna is, apparently, it's sort of just a harnessing your focus kind of activity. Again, I'm not a practiced Buddhist or anything. I like hearing about it. That's what I've been reading up into. I haven't meditated recently, but for the past few months, I've tended to, really, not in the last 2 to 3 months, but I had a pretty long phase, like 2 months ago, where every day I was taking 20 minutes just to sit down with my thoughts. I got this spot outside my house. It's staring at the woods, and I find it very calm. It's nice to have a spot. It's hard for me to meditate or focus when I'm looking at industrial stuff like walls or cars or you know, people on the sidewalk on their phone. I like to look at nature. I practice mindfulness meditation actively. Oh, that's not gonna do anything. Not as actively as I need to. The thing... This is something so the way I use my second channel is whenever I'm like dealing with something I need to kind of like figure out or articulate, I usually make a commentary on it. There's something I kind of wanted to talk about, and by talk about I mean research solutions for. So, like sometimes my ego gets a little out of check. And I noted my ego and my mean sense of humor, my like comedic cruelty. I think it's funny to you know, give your friend a funny punch now and then, or you know, make fun of stuff. There's nothing inherently wrong with it, but recently I have the problem where my default humor is like looking at the bad and stuff. Like I'm trying to come up with videos, and the last 3 video ideas are like, this is why this idea is bad, like didn't work. This is why I don't like this thing. And every time I like come up with it, I'm like, people would watch that, but I don't want to make that kind of video. I don't want to make a video where it's just, this is why every Junji Ito ending is terrible. This is why certain video game mechanics are never done well. That's kind of what I need to figure out. Mindfulness meditation is good for me for keeping that in check, but it doesn't, being mindful doesn't give me like the new idea of like, oh, I'll just think positively and a positive video idea will appear. No, I think that just comes down to inspiration. Like I just need to try something new. Have I experimented with any drugs to aid an ego? In ego death? No, I've thought about it. I almost did DMT once, but the person who offered me it is like, yeah, we're gonna go to a stranger's house and pass out, and you're just going to see God. And I'm like, I'm not fucking doing that if I can't sit down in my own bed. So I didn't take that. And I really don't have an interest in it now. I've thought about it. I know some people get a lot out of like mushrooms or something. I think that's a really big call to do to your body, and it's not something I'm comfortable doing. Or even it's not something I find is necessary. I will say I've had a point in my life where I think I felt like I had an ego death without drugs. And it was at the height of my psychosis, incidentally. Which you could argue, actually you could argue it was drug induced. So I was smoking too much weed, and that onset my psychosis, or a psychosis. Which, to simplify it, it just means I kind of detached from myself. Like I looked at everything I've done in my life, who I am, and I didn't really associate with it. It's like, I don't recognize me as anything, as any of these temporary physical things, or these tangible concepts. Like, that's all gone. I just woke up in this body that already, like, existed. Like, I picked up someone else's save file, you know? But it was a really undesirable form of ego death. When people say ego death, they're thinking, I can stop being so defined by the things I'm scared of. I can stop being so terrified of the things I want to be but can't become. Good ego death is like, I am here, and the fact that I'm breathing is in itself a miracle, and I can just enjoy that. Anything good that comes is like something to be appreciated. That's good ego death. Bad ego death is, I'm a stranger in my own body. Why am I here? Like, why do I exist? Why has no one given me an answer? I had the bad ego death. The good thing that I'll say, and everyone's different, is I came back from it. At the height of my psychosis, I thought, it's like, that's it. There's no, like, I will never be the person I was 2 years ago. I will never have the comfort. Like, I couldn't even stream for a while because it was too terrifying to go live. And it's normal to have anxiety about that kind of thing, but I genuinely didn't know how to interact with people. And again, the good news is, if you are disciplined and you know how to cut out your vices, it's not that terrifying experience, whether it's ego death or psychosis, or just, you know, a lingering sense of anxiety, anything, it's not permanent. The human brain is always changing. even when it feels like it's screaming like you're always going to be broken, you'll always be sick, there'll always be this angry voice just whispering after, like, there's never silence. Like, you stop talking and then you just hear more words in your head. It goes away as long as you stay diligent in your practice. That's what I found. And that's really, I would contribute that to a part of the reason I don't want to try mushrooms or psychedelics, at least not right now, because it's... I don't know how to describe it in a way that's valid. It's scary for me, the idea of just letting go of who I am voluntarily when you've already done it involuntarily. And I think that's a negative in some ways. It's like maybe I'm clinging even harder now to my sense of self, which isn't inherently a good thing. It's not good or bad, but I think my main thing is I worry about the genetic side effects of putting that heavy of a drug into my body. I don't want to set off another psychosis. I don't want to rewire my brain in a negative way. And really the main thing that I kind of didn't mention is I've been diagnosed with a light form of bipolar disorder. It's very lukewarm. If I do everything right, it's basically not even there. But if I put the wrong thing into my body, if I slip too much, it's just, my brain won't stay still. It will double. It'll think two thoughts at one time, and it's really hard to manage for me. So in general, I like where I am right now. I don't feel I need a big realization moment. I feel like I'm very familiar with what I need to address in my life, and I'm trying to take the measures. But I also understand some people. I know a lot of friends that got something out of it, and I'm happy for them. Personally, I think a lot of those psychoactive drugs should be studied medically, but I'm sure that's a dry topic. From behind, my character looks like Wind Waker Link. Does he? I don't really see it, but cool. Big if true. That's good, Fiend. Yeah, I know there are positives to those experiences 100%, which is why I'm not completely writing off it. But I also know between my own addictive personality, my own genetics, and my own predisposition to certain thought processes, I try to be cautious about myself. But I 100% get it. I will say something that I think is funny. The first time I was talking, like, I know a couple friends that it's like, it's very much a part of their personality that they've experienced those things. And, like, some of them were trying to, like, describe the experience to me. And I always think back to, like, the first question I asked one of them about, like, they're like trying to explain mushrooms to me. Or, like, acid. And I asked them, hey, is it like the truth from Full Metal Alchemist? Like, if I do drugs, do I get to see the door of truth? And they looked at me. I could tell they were holding back the laughter. They, like... They didn't write it off, but I think they were just trying to explain it was a formative experience and you don't literally sit down with a fucking white blank slate god. Or just a blank slate god. I just thought it was funny. looking back, that was like one of my baby questions about it. See you later, Niche. Alright, how much data do I have? I've really just been walking around. I know I gotta fight with this Rosalina, but these levels are pretty high around here. Oh, wrong Pokemon. I think it's funny, I can run from battle and then start it over just so I don't take a hit, instead of changing Pokemon mid-battle. I know there are some forms of meditation which can provide a level of a comparable level of clarity to an ego death or, you know, a psychedelic experience. I haven't had that. I do have a very active imagination. And so, you know, in some of my deeper meditative states, I've certainly felt like I'm in a different space, a different realm. But not in sort of a I left Earth thing, more sort of like a I found the door to my mind and I'm sort of just bookkeeping in there. Which is good, because sometimes when you try to be mindful, you don't get anything out of it. It's you just think about like the 3 different things you need to do today. And then you list off like, all right, I need to like recycle more, and then you just get up and walk away. It's good when you can get a little deeper into it. Do you think AI will ever reach something like ego death? What a question. What a question. It's gonna need to be conscious first. So, here's all I'll say on that subject. Because I'll indulge. I'm not that invested in this, but I know some people still like hearing it. I think, in theory, a computer is capable of any form of thinking a human is. I think you could build a program complex enough not to one-to-one replicate a human, but to approximate it. I think you could build... I think a machine could understand abstraction deep enough that it can get meditative. And it's like, what are we? What am I? Am I, like, can I change? Yeah. To answer your question, I think, yeah, in theory. It's not something I expect us to ever have to deal with. But I 100% think something like that could happen. Ego death is when they took Tay off Twitter and then rebooted her with a new program. That's ego death. It's just censorship. Would I upload myself to the metaverse when I die? So here's the great thing about technology. If we get to a point you could upload like a copy of yourself, why wouldn't... You can probably ship a Theseus yourself onto the internet. So if a computer, if the metaverse is capable of storing my brain, a clone, a copy, whatever, instead of going down the philosophical argument of, is that still you? Is that a new you? What if you just what if you piece by piece added like parts to your brain that let you fit through a tube, so to speak? That probably sounds stupid, but your brain is all synapses and shit talking to each other, right? It's just a bunch of different tubes with water sloshing around them. What if all of those waters could slosh together through an Ethernet cord into the metaverse? What if you... What if you could transfer your brain into the metaverse instead of cloning it onto it, is what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you do that? That's what I would do, to answer your question. I wouldn't upload myself after death. I would go there before I die. That's what I'm trying to say. What are you talking about? I'm telling you, I don't think about this that much. So I don't know how to articulate it. This is why I don't talk about it anymore. Because it's all fucking belligerent. That's what the show Maniac was about. That Jonah Hill thing on Netflix. They take a pill that, like, sends a robot into their body. And it like, sends a fucking Wi-Fi transmitter into their body. So when they sleep, an AI can control their dreams. That's what that thing is. Hey, look at these guys. Mudball, mudball. Nope. Mudball. Don't run. Don't run. Fuck. No, 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 no. I need to catch this. Okay. I didn't catch the Turtwig, but I got the baby one. No, I got the mid-sized one. Are you sure you can divide the mind like that? I don't know. That's the big philosophical question. What is the mind capable of? My opinion is that the very concept of dreaming to me is so supernatural and incomprehensible. If that's possible, if I can fall asleep unconscious from my physical body, but perceived to be in like a new place. Like I wake up in a dream and it's indistinguishable. It feels real, but it doesn't feel like you... Like when you're in VR, you know you're still in your room, right? You got the goggles on. You know your body is in a different place than what you're seeing. It's just a screen on your face. But a dream isn't the screen on your face. A dream is just a fucking new place that you go to. If that's possible, if our bodies can simulate a space for our mind to inhabit, then why is it so far-fetched to say that a dream can be built on a computer and then my mind just pops into that? Not pops in, but like with the right connection, so to speak. I don't think it's that far-fetched. Not for modern day, absolutely. But 100 years, 300 years from now, if we make it, like, I think we experience so much insanely beautiful stuff, but we're desensitized to how bizarre it is. We don't even know if animals dream. We kind of assume like dogs and stuff dream because they seem to have behaviors like they sleep, run, they sleep, bark and stuff. So clearly their brain is reacting to something. But we still don't know. We've never looked at... Like, we don't know that dogs are dreaming. They could just be shaking around while they see a black screen. Now, that's... I think scientifically it's much more plausible. They're mammals. We're mammals. We're somewhat alike. We know nature likes to reuse concepts. Ever seen a crab? We can assume a lot of other things dream. But even if every, like, somewhat relevant thing, like all the mammal stuff can dream, we don't know if fucking fish dream. We don't know if bugs dream. The word dream's been ruined for me, but that's beyond the point. It's just such a crazy idea. Like, what if we met an alien and we're like, we've always dreamed of this day. in their first responses, you've always what? Sorry, I didn't catch what you what this day? Like, how would you explain that to something that understands? Like, how do you explain dreaming to a chatbot? If you were talking to a bot, not a... I don't want to bring it back to AI. I want to keep this a different discussion. If you could talk to something else as intelligent as a human, but doesn't dream, how would you explain to them what a dream is? You couldn't. You would say, my brain makes a little box inside itself, and I go into it for 8 hours. And then when I'm all well slept, I wake up. And I get out of the box, and I get back into my flesh mecha. My body, so to speak. So, my very roundabout explanation here is just, I think the human body is capable of way more than we realize. It's not to say we'll ever figure out how to utilize it or control that, but I just, it fascinates me, that's all. It's probably the most I'll get out of this. I won't drag it out. Didn't Valve say some shit like we're closer to the Matrix than we think? I think I know what you're talking about. So, Gabe Newell did a interview talking about VR, and he talked about wanting to put a sensor, so to speak, on the outside of the index of a VR headset that could scan the brain's wave whatevers. It could sort of record how your brain reacts to stimuli. And the game, in theory, if that technology could exist and be, you know, commercially sold, you could design games that adjust their parameters based on the player's brain function, their brain waves. So if your index peripheral can tell that you're not scared or you're bored, it'll throw stuff at you to scare you or excite you. So you know, just. And I think in that interview, he said something like, we're not as far from the Matrix as people might think. Like, a lot of this technology is possible in some way, it's just not really commercially viable, or it's not really worth pursuing. But from a possible standpoint, it's there. There's a breadcrumb trail to follow. I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of the, gist that I got from it. I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust Neuralink. I think it's going to be a disaster. I want the technology to do well, but I don't like Elon Musk personally. But on that subject, I'm going to... I don't mind playing the crazy guy in the room as a streamer. So I'm just going to say, like, my hot take. My fucking crazy man take. Since I've been so down to earth so far. I think... I don't know if it'll be in our lifetime. You know, maybe it's 100 years from now and I'll be gone. But I think, feasibly, in the future of humanity, if nothing goes wrong, I think we will have more control over our dreams. Because think, how many hours of your life do you spend dreaming? 8? And you don't get to control what you dream about. You don't get to think while you're dreaming, and it's nice in a way. But imagine if dreaming became sort of a virtual space. Like a more immersive VR headset. Like you fall asleep and you just wake up and you're in your office. And you can opt in and out of it. Like you can opt in to a no thoughts dream. Like I don't want to think. I've had enough being human. Just give me 8 hours of fucking Saturday morning cartoons and then wake me up. And don't let me remember what happened. But there will be a button you can press on your Neuralink or whatever exists in the future, and it says, yo, I want to wake up in a lucid dream. I still got some shit to figure out. And you just get to, like, just work. You, like, creatives can, like, just write music for 8 hours while they're sleeping. Well, now that I'm saying this out loud and I'm thinking, I feel like the reason sleep is good is because your brain doesn't have to work as hard. And now that I'm saying this out loud, it would kind of defeat the purpose of sleeping, wouldn't it? If you had to be totally conscious. That said, I've told many stories on my stream about me lucid dreaming. Sometimes I don't start dreaming and I'm just conscious. But in the middle of a dream, I'll just kind of wake up without waking up. And it's like, whoa, I'm dreaming. But I'm like, I totally am of my facilities. And I still, like, I can wake up from that feeling well slept. I think if it's possible to lucid dream and you don't have super adverse effects, I think you can in some way influence a dream. Even if you don't, like... Even if humanity 200 years you can't control your dream, I bet you can guide it so like you don't have a nightmare, or it'll wake you up if it gets too traumatic. I think some level of dream control will exist in like the far future. That's my crazy man take. That's my hot take for the stream. And yeah, I will acknowledge we can find other ways to not need to sleep as hard. We can find ways to sort of inject energy into our body, I guess. That sounds so stupid. So if you can... God, I'm getting so sci-fi. So here's what I think. I feel like older humans had to do way more memorizing than I do. When I need to remember something, I set a timer on my phone. Or I write it in my notepad. If I need to remember, like, a script. When I'm writing a script, I don't remember it. I just write it down. So, it's all on my phone. It's all on my computer. So if we could find a way to offload some of the energy use from our current brain, you know, into a neurochip, a little battery-powered thing, our brains wouldn't have to work as hard, so they wouldn't need as much sleep. That could be one pseudo-solution to the, well, you can't control your dream because you gotta sleep. Well, maybe maybe at some point sleeping it becomes more of a recreational activity. More of, not completely. I think that's like the crazy take. What if your brain got hacked? We'd have to come up with some new mental disorder names. Yeah, no, he got the Fortnite free V-Bucks brain. He's got that nasty virus. I should be paying attention to what they're saying, but I'm so I'm so disillusioned to this game. I'm so zonked. Well, so the reason I'm silent is I'm trying to remember something I saw online, but I don't want to explain it. Ride on your Ursaluna and follow the blue signals. Okay. I can do that. I'm not on any substance. I'm not high. I'm not drunk. I'm just playing Pokemon at 11 o'clock. So the thing I'm trying to remember, I think it was like a green text. It was some meme where someone was making a joke where he's like, it's the year 2070. My nephew runs up to me with his phone and I look at it and there's a QR code. And instantly 100 years of just pain and torture get beamed into my brain and I experience every minute of it in the flash of a second. And then I blink and 100 years have passed in the moment. And my nephew goes, haha, got you. You just got trolled, and runs away. And I thought that was fucking hilarious. Like, just half a millennia from now, the way fucking... They're gonna make a new alphabetical, like, just... What's after Zoomers? Zoomers. The way they'll prank each other is just beaming 100 years of pain and suffering into each other's brains. Because, like, it's over instantly. Like, you remember it happening, but... Like, it was only a second, man. Don't be a baby. It's already over, dude. What are you complaining about? And that was, like, that joke was fucking hilarious to me. Ride on Ursaluna and around Crimson Mirelands. I think I went to the wrong place. Crimson Mireland. Oh wait, I am here. Sniff out a resu in the Crimson Mirelands. Huh. Well, better get started. I'm hoping this is going to a resu and not just a random rare candy. You know what this game would be awesome with? You remember getting Raikou Entei in Suicune in GSC, where you had to check your map and find them? Something like that would work really well. And that's kind of what this quest is reminding me of. Thanks for finding some iron chunks, buddy. That's not what we're looking for. Yeah, some roaming legendaries would absolutely slap. We'll make prisons... I remember seeing something about how eventually we'll be able to make prison sentences feel like 10,000 years. Okay, but to indulge that, because I've heard some conversations about this. Here's what's fascinating to me. If we could have a technology where you could sort of beam the experience of being in prison into your brain, like poof, you just went to jail for 10,000 years. Now you know, like, not to do that again. Or, well, you know, you'll experience it twice. But we didn't take any of your life. Like, it's over. If you don't want to experience that again, because you're going to remember that it sucked, then you won't. you know, be an asshole. That's cool and all, but if we have the technology to do that, what if we just have the technology to just rewire your brain and not be an asshole? Like, what if we can just fix the part of your brain that made you wanna rob a bank or shoot someone or do something awful? Like, what would be the moral implications of this guy's a serial killer, but we can rewire his brain to not be one? Like, does he deserve that? Does the guy that killed 3 people deserve to be reborn as a non-killer? Or should he just be jailed and sort of eat resources? Like, what? Where's the line? Like, obviously they gotta be punished. You could put him in prison and then fix him. But I guess that would have to be a personal rehabilitation, right? Like, you can ask the serial killer, like, hey man, if you do this, like, your prison sentence will be shorter and people won't hate you as much. It's I feel like it's a pretty vapid conversation because it could go a million ways. But yeah, I like the idea of instead of going to a physical prison, you kind of just get punished digitally. But that's some fucking year 4000 shit. That's nothing I expect to ever see. Yeah, but hey, maybe we'll get prison reform. Maybe. We're lucky. Adaman. Something about the guilds disagreeing or fighting, I don't care. Any chance of more merch after the plush? Nothing's confirmed, but yeah, there'll be more later. I don't know if there'll be another plush anytime soon. If I ever get the chance to do a permanent plush or another one, I will. But after this is out, I'm just gonna focus on getting some, like, you know, full, like, non-limited stuff, which will probably be, you know, clothing and charms and stuff. Well, the frenzy of Lilligant, the Lady of the Ridge. I think I am on my way to the next boss fight. You twos. I'm not super privy. I don't want to, like, write off U2s. I don't want to give them the impression I would never work with them. If I get to the point that U2s would even be willing to work with me, I feel like that is enough of an accomplishment on its own. And at that point, you know what? I'm down to do it. I don't have the network to do a U2s right now. So, here's to the future. I'll get there. Oh, wow. Why did I go here? Do I go to conventions? I used to go to every single Atlanta convention, and then they all stopped, and the ones that did happen I didn't want to go to. Yeah, I try to go to every DreamHack, MomoCon, DragonCon, and AWACon that happens in Georgia. Those are all the big ones. I go to PAX East. I'll fly out to PAX East sometimes. I try to go every year, but they don't even do it anymore, so... I've been to, like, a Texas convention before. And that's it. I haven't been to anything West Coast, but I want to one day. I want to go to TwitchCon, but they don't even do it. I really want to go to Minecon. so bad.
All it took was one of my poultices to get Rezu's leg all patched up.
Caliban, ma'am, I'm deeply sorry we've had to lean on your help so much, especially as we're from different clans.
Rezu tried to solve the whole situation herself. I dare say she bit off more than she could chew and caused some trouble, but her heart was in the right place.
Listen, the Lady of the Ridge Lilligant is like a dancer, always in motion, always darting about. You'll want to watch her real close and learn how to dodge your moves. That's right. If you keep on dodging, she might... Okay, thanks. I was trying to take that conversation seriously, and it was just telling me to do the same thing I did with the first boss. I think I can do that. The story of this game is there's a bunch of big angry Pokemon that show up now and then, and a 15-year-old is the only person who can get them to calm down. Mess Spirit. I think that's like an evolution of Rosalina. Or that other flower thing. A lot of them. Oh, this is actually a little, tricky. This is not a boss that you fight with combat, that is. Nope. Like, I'm pleasantly surprised with what they did for boss fights in this game. Like, they kind of realized that gym leaders were not that impressive or challenging. But this is an actual fun romp. It's a fun change of pace. Okay, I'm told I can throw Pokemon when they're stunned, but it's only happened once, so... I don't want to poison it. It's just... Oh. Okay, never mind. I can't even catch it. Yeah, you can poison it. Totally cool with that. Does this give me a different ending than doing the bomb? Nope, it's just a bomb thing. So it just extends the stun then, I'm presuming. Looks cool. I don't know what that's an evolution of. Looks cool. Just looks like a new Pokemon to me. You didn't just save Lilligant, you saved Arceus as well. I appreciate it. First Ursaluna and now Lilligant. You're amazing, you know that? Being all frenzied didn't suit Lilligant one bit. I'm so happy she's back to her graceful self. Arceus, you still owe someone an apology.
Huh? Oh, don't worry about it. A young one like her is bound to get caught up in some trouble from time to time. Remember what's written in Solaceon Ruins? All lives touch each other. All lives touch other lives to create something anew and alive. There's wisdom in those words. I imagine the teaching of Almighty Sinnoh itself. Of course, I'd completely forgotten about them until a certain somebody helped me remember.
We owe you one, man.
Don't try to solve everything yourself, Arceus. You're a warden. Of all people, we should know how to stand in solidarity with others. It's our job to stand side by side with Pokemon, after all.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. Well, I can hardly start yelling at you now after Kabbalah wrapped all that up so nicely. Just one more thing, Arceus. I know you were trying to do what you thought was right, and I approve of that. I'm just going to start reading these like it's a chalky B-roll movie. But from now on, do it without keeping things from me. Agreed? Other than that, no need to change a thing. Except maybe to put in some training. If anything else happens to Lilligant, I need you ready to protect her like the warden you are. I understand.
Let's work together from now on to keep the Mirelins safe. I'll be sure to inform Arada from both the Wait, is this on the next page? Okay, hold on. To the Diamond Clan and Galaxy team help save Ursaluna.
You did well, Justin. All our different groups finally joined hands to work together today. I admit it was a fun day for me, but now it's about time I be on the way. Listen, you know me, I'm Adam, leader of the Diamond Clan, and I worship Almighty Sinnoh. Diamond Clan and I worship Almighty Sinnoh, the ruler of time. Time's about change, and we can't live in fear of that. We can only try to help the... I'll just put a TLDR on screen. It should simplify this story. Alright. About done here. 650 points to the next star. That's a while. 650. Took me like 5 hours to get rank 2. But I'm also kind of meandering. Wish I could double check what Pokemon I have. Which I can by looking at my Pokedex. And that's what I'm going to do. You can't order them by what you have, apparently. I don't have a Kricketot or Kricketune. I swear I had one of each. Hey, buddy. You want to be my Pokemon? Maybe I'll give you a second chance to think it over. Get out of here. Wow, they both ran away. Or so I thought. It's just running in the water. Wow, my whole thing is wet now. For nothing. Peace out, Edward. Stop. Think it over. By think it over, I mean get in the ball. This is not an option. It's not negotiable. I'm not fighting you. You're getting in the ball. Why does this make me feel bad about catching the Pokemon? Like, in the old games, you just hit throw ball, and it does a little animation, and you don't have to think too hard about what you're doing. But when you see a Pokemon, like, actively escape it 7 times, you can tell they really don't want to be caught. I'm not pausing the stream so you can get water. I will, however, provide no content for 2 minutes, so you don't have to worry about getting water. You can hold me to it. And everyone in chat, if I give even a sliver of content, you gotta rat me out to him, so he knows he missed something. You have to hold me accountable and make sure I don't provide any content for the next 2 minutes. Here, I'll even get you started so you know you're not missing anything. Fungus Among Us. No, I need... Come on, thing. Still fighting, apparently. You can kill this one. Pissed. No. Looks like a Sableye. Looks like a grass variant Sableye. Well. Why is my aim vibrating? Oh, no, that's just me. I'm doing micro adjustments to keep my aim constantly in the most preferable position. To the human eye, it looks like it's shaking. But it's actually just micro movements. Each one intentional. Yowza. Can't remember if I caught a bee. These nuts. I don't. My face looks so sad saying. It really was a low for me. Oh man. What the fuck? What just happened? It just like yeeted the bee. It got beated. Stop it. Jump again. Oh. So disappointing. I wanted to see it fling itself off of the mountain, but apparently they can't do that. If it was a good game, it would. I would have just made great content.
We still don't know what's causing the lightning that frenzies these Pokemon. But you just go on rescuing them without even a hint of trepidation. You might even change the entire course of history here in Hisui. And I definitely want to be in the good books of someone like that. Stay in touch, friend. Let's stay in touch.
Man, I need to go on like a leak run. Captain Zizu has set me to all sorts of training, but I don't feel like I'm really improving at all. So I came here to train with my partner, Pachirisu. But I simply can't seem to figure out any winning strategy to use with Pachirisu. I've heard tales about you, though, and your strength in battle. Could I ask you to show me how a Pokemon like Pachirisu can truly shine in battle? You're allowed to look at me, man. I know you're worried about eye contact, but it's okay. It's kind of adorable just seeing the little Pokemon waddle around. One research data. Oh, that's huge. That was the game. I'll say there's a lot of downtime in it. It's not like bad downtime. It's very much just walk around and look and fight stuff downtime. But there's like 20 research levels and I'm level 2 after like 12 hours of playing. And I know I'm not the most speedrunny player, but I didn't think I was meandering too much. Nah, I was. I feel like I'm moving along in the story, though. We don't talk about the scout bit.
There you are! You're the one, right? The one they've been talking all about, the Survey Corps kid that's been exploring the Crimson Mirelands. My younger sister, Wanda, is in the Security Corps, you see, and she went to the Mirelands too, but she never came back. You managed to track down that Arceus woman in the Baggy Mirelands, right? Boggy. So could you find my sister Wanda too?
What's she smell like? What the I don't like having chat options anymore.
Oh, you mean you can search by her scent? Well, maybe the kerchief she usually carries could be of some use.
I'm just now remembering I have a scent tracker Pokemon. That makes more sense. Even I totally... I could see on his face how disappointed he was in me.
Do you have any bath water that I can smell?
So you successfully calmed Lilligant. Excellent. There may well be times when Galaxy Team will be forced to fight against Pokemon, but it's all for the sake of creating a new home for ourselves, free from war and strife. We just have to,
just fight off all of the natives of the land and take it for industrialization is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Then frenzied or induced by strange lightning, which likewise falls from that very same rift. But you have no connection to the lightning, isn't that right? We may need to investigate the rift itself to prove your motives are beyond impugning.
I thought of giving him like a Saxton Hale accent.
But I thought it would be a bit too much.
Now's the life, eh? Enjoying tasty potato mochi with friends, sharing the latest findings from our Pokemon research and topping it all off with a good night's sleep. Truly, who could ask for anything more? I don't disagree, yet I keep doing the same thing day after day. Is it really getting us anywhere? With our research or with carving out a life here?
That's deep.
Oh well. Here's a flashy new recipe to try, Justin. It's for an item that should help scatter these gloomy thoughts.
Scatterbang. Sounds like when that's the sound I hear when I piss in the morning.
Come now, don't worry yourself, my girl. As a wise man once said,
I feel like I changed his voice.
trust in yourself and you will find your way. These words are worth taking to heart. As long as we truly believe in ourselves, I'm sure we'll even complete the Pokedex of ours someday.
A scatterbang. Guys, like you've never had like the shotgun piss? Like it doesn't, like there's, it just comes out in every angle. It's just like a muzzle flashbang. Just a pfft. No one? Forget I said anything.
Morning, Sleepyhead.
You'll never guess what. I'm gonna start working at the hairdresser's shop.
Now you'll be...
Hold on. I gotta like ready the chops for this one.
Now you'll be able to try out my own original hairstyles. Isn't that super exciting? Oh, I'm still gonna be Lilligant's warden and all. I'll be burning the candle at both ends, but I can make it work, don't you worry.
Okay, this is important, Laura. You're a hairstylist now. I thought you already were one with that bob cut.
Mr. Komodo, sir, so about the whole Ursa Luna situation.
If you're to work here in Jubilife Village, you are family to us. No matter who you are or where you're from. Welcome, Arceus.
Okay.
And you will come with me to Prelude Beach.
I'm not going to any lewd beach with you, buddy. I'm 15. Oh, thank God.
These people have just arrived here in Hisui. They will live together with us in Jubilife Village.
You gotta be hot in that thing, man. That sun is burning.
When we of the Galaxy team first arrived in this land, we came ashore on Prelude Beach. It's where everything began. This is where a new life for all of you will begin as well.
We've heard that Hisui region is inhabited by many powerful and frightening Pokemon.
But we've also heard the Galaxy team knows a great deal about Pokemon and uses their mysterious powers to help Jubilife Village grow. Grow.
Indeed, you have both heard correctly. And the reason such tales have reached your ears is largely thanks to Justin with one of our corps.
Thanks for bringing me back to the tutorial area for a cutscene.
The advancement of our understanding of Pokemon, thanks to Survey Corps, has expanded the areas where we can operate safely. That is what allows us to welcome in newcomers like them. You truly do love Pokemon, don't you?
I didn't think they would animate that.
You have no love for them, and you still go out to learn more about them. You're a strange one, to be sure, but if you do what's asked of you, then I care not. Remember this, though. Pokemon
are scary. It's imperative that we study.
Study them and learn all that we can, whether we wish to live alongside them or not. And be warned, as the leader of the Galaxy team, I am prepared to make harsh decisions in order to protect Jubilife Village. All the friends.
Commander, Irida from the Pearl Clans arrived.
Good. I believe I know what she's here about. As for you, you should see for yourself how Jubilife Village is changing thanks to the Survey Corps' effort.
These assholes actually dropped me off at the beach and are gonna make me run all the way back. Who does that? Why'd you bring me back here?
See what a treasure this wide open land is. I'm glad I followed my family out here and got to see it.
I can fast travel, but it's still a dick move. No, I'm just gonna leave, actually. I've made up my mind. I don't like this game. I'm going back to Hoenn. Thanks, it was kind of fun. There was a couple good moments, but not really feeling it. So yeah, I'm just gonna go. the motor started.
Why have you done this to me? Why have you done this?
No. Get on the boat. We're leaving. He's not happy about this. You don't have to get in the water. And you're gonna steer. Don't ask me how. I don't know how. You figure it out. Suffering. It's interesting they give Pokemon a little device if you throw them in and they don't know how to swim. No. I'm sorry. Maybe you misunderstand. You're staying in the water. No. Take a hint. How do you feel about this, bird? Alright, be seeing ya. They took away my mount, by the way, so I can't bike my way back. I literally have to walk. Aim, throw, don't stop. Hit the targets, watch them pop. All right, let's go. 10,000 points. I'm sure I know the rules. I'm about to genocide these balloons. This is not what I expected from Pokemon game, but they also did that EV training thing, so I guess this is what I expected. Only 10,000? That's easy. Like I'm slapping grapes at this point. Stop! I have to stop. I'm too good at it. It's never gonna end. I'm done. Night Judson. Wow, I could have made 20 in the time it took to earn that. That's the only reason they teleported me back to the start, just so I'd play that minigame once. Huh. How depressing is it that the Industrial Revolution hasn't even happened and every house already looks the same? You're gonna build them all out of wood. At least, like, give one of them a second floor. I guess it has happened. Looking at this. That's so fucked up. You have this beautiful, woodworked, old, like, eastern town. And then you look and there's just fucking smog blowing out of the city's hall. Oh, this is so bad for the environment. What do you sell? Leeks. I need leeks. I gotta run across the entire level to craft stuff. The village. Nice. When thrown on the ground, scatterbangs produce a loud noise that scare off weak Pokemon, sending them running. Oh, I get to have those little firework party poppers. Dude, I used to be such an asshole. I don't know what they're called. Those little fireworks that come in tiny bags and you throw them on the ground and they pop. I would like put them under my parents' tires. Like I would find my brother in the hallway and I would throw them at his feet. I was the worst with crackers. Oh, I hope that's not... I'm gonna get banned on Twitch. I shouldn't have said that. The Industrial Revolution took everything from me. Oh boy. I haven't already talked to you 7 times in the last 20 minutes. What's one more? While I was at the thrift stop, this guy's kimono reminded me. There was a t-shirt with like a koi fish and a bunch of Japanese text on it, and I had to talk myself out of getting it. I saw it and I'm like, oh, I could make that work. Oh, it's too cliche. I can't pull it off. I don't want to be that guy. I already have like 3 Japanese print shirts, so I did not end up getting the koi tee, unfortunately. It's a nice shirt, though. It reminded me, his kimono reminded me of that. You've never seen sandals as bright as mine. One of a kind. No one would dare step foot to my fashion. Is there a basement? The basement. You're part of the Survey Corps, right? Maybe you've seen what I'm looking for. It's an herb that looks like a bluish vine. I've heard it clings to a specific Pokemon. I think that's just the Pokemon, ma'am. I think you're just thinking of a Tangela. And I think I have one. Alright. So the rest of my current grind is just getting this next level, which is gonna take a while. so long, in fact, that I don't think I'm gonna get it done this stream. Kill another 15 minutes. Well, I think I'll just finish up what I got in the village right now. Tangela, Tangela, Tangela. Fertilizer, I'm sorry. He's not contributing. I'm glad to hear it, Goofy Goober. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised at what SFM can pull off. Just using my own model. I feel like it works for its purposes, and also it's just... I'm just happy with it. It feels very distinct, and I think I plan on doing more of it in even more videos. I'm not trying to like curve my videos to become 100% animated by any means. I know that works for some people. I still like having the balance, but I'm glad that it hits with people and it doesn't feel like a weird in-between of like a review and a storytime animator. I feel like it's a good balance that works for me. Do you step your keys to save times by not having to spline them? Yeah. So, to make animation look good, splined takes a lot more work because every motion is choreographed, right? And when you do stepped, like, blocky keyframes, smear frames and jiggle bones and stuff do a lot of the work of selling the motion. And if I did it splined, it would double the time I have to spend animating, which is already 70% of the work on these videos. So, part of it is just because it saves time. Part of it is because I just like animating in a blocky style. Because the whole thing about the animations, I like to have it sort of be pseudo 2D. It's 3D animation, but the Bombi model was designed with sort of a fakey 2D in mind. A lot of that comes down to lighting in the scene. But blocky motions, where it just cuts from pose to pose, that's way more 2D. Because you can't really spline 2D animation. You can draw all the in-betweens and then, like, make a classic tween or something. But generally, especially like for YouTube animation, you're just cutting between 3 different poses, right? So I find that having blocky animation actually kind of helps sell the pseudo 2D. Maybe I'm thinking too far into it, but that's at least the angle I go in for. I just think it has a distinct style. It's clearly 3D, but it's not... it doesn't look super unrefined or, I don't know. Like, it has the animation of a first draft of animation, but I feel like good lighting and good jiggle bones, it just adds a lot of life. Alright, I'm just tangenting. Where do I go? I think I'm just doing the gold star thing. Show a Starly to Marley. I just want to knock out all of the show X to Y person right now, because already here. A Starly. That's the first level, right? Oh, fuck. I already evolved it. So I kind of skipped that one. Well. What else we got? Show a Shinx. I leveled my Shinx. I evolved it, so I can't even do that. A Buizel? I don't have a big Buizel yet. I think I have a Springy Mushroom. Show a Cricketot. No, I don't. That. You can't enable the guide for multiple things, so I have to just like remember a bunch of these. No, I tried showing a small Buizel. He wants a big Buizel. He wants a Buizel. A Geodude is what I need. Check this out. With this Geodude's help, I'll surely make some scrumptious pickles. What? Why does the Geodude help you make pickles? How does Geodude levitate? He doesn't. So, it's a common misconception. The way that Geodude floats is actually this. So he has legs, but you just can't see them because they're translucent. I had to go find the photo. I didn't just have that, like, on hand. Alright, next one. And everyone has a request. Slow down. This is what I'm saying. So you can't ride your Pokemon in town. I get that. But give me some Heelys. Give me some fast way to move. Yeah, I've just had like 30 of these requests unfinished for 2 days, so I might as well knock them all out now. Next. Catch the Chimchar to show to Pyra. Oh. That's how I got the Chimchar. It's just like a quest. Look at this Pokemon at night? Okay. She doesn't want to look at it now. Fine. Picky. Whoosh, time travel. What if you could dream in reverse and you wake up 8 hours before you fell asleep? Got no other shirts. Karate gi. Okay, that's actually pretty ballin'. Poacher. Ah, that's so orange. It's too much orange. If I bought this and changed the hat, would that work? You're making me regret my character's design. Thanks, Pokemon. Link colors? Was there one? Oh, that's yellow. I kinda... Ooh. A little drippy. Kinda dig it. Now, if I'm trying to actually look good, I would have gone with the green or the black, but fine. What I want to do is, change the hat out. Yeah. Well, nah. You're more like a gray. I shouldn't be trusted to dress myself. In your E3 2018 video, you said if Sans gets into Smash, you'd buy a collection of Funko Pops. I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened, and also, Sans isn't in Smash. Neither of those things are true. Really, it's a total left field. If we're being honest, if, like, when I'm outside, I need to wear glasses. If I'm running around a field, I gotta have glasses on. But I don't like making my video game characters wear glasses. Freaking goofy. Get like the subtle pair. I gotta be honest, I'm totally regretting this color choice. I don't know if I can change clothing here, but... it's a little better. I don't think the glasses, man. It just doesn't fit. I got contacts. Sorry, I got contacts on. Okay, correction. The glasses would work if I could change my hairstyle. Because, like, it feels weird for me to wear glasses on a video game character when their hair is way shorter than mine and a completely different color. I'm either trying to make it look like me or I'm making a goofy character. This is... the Pokemon is always just a weird... I'll just do the best I can. Just make a good outfit. I'll style it. You can? I can what? I'm sure I can make my hair longer later, but I don't have the hairstylist. Oh. No, wait. She was talking to... You're right. Arezu. I, like, got that 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I'm Hansening. I gotta go find her then. I want a red bob cut. She looked fire. Where is it? Where is this lady? Oh, I see her. Oh, 100%. I am so freaking overdue on this. I never understood, like, why do they wait to let you get a haircut? Like, no, we can't have the player personalizing their gameplay before 5 hours in. And also you get 6 options. Dante. Kind of want the Dante cut. Not gonna lie. Peach pink. Huh. Wait, can I get highlights? Oh, that's my eyebrows. If I'm going based off my real hair, the closest one is curled. Like, it's about the same length. I usually have my bangs forward on both sides. Bit more of an emo boy cut, but... yeah, I'll go with it. It's me! It's like me in real life, guys! I'm in the video game! Back on. You're completely negating the $500 I just spent. That's so me. That's so me, guys. No. I don't think they allow... I don't have facial hair, but I don't use a razor. I just... Like, there's a little stuttle, okay? Not completely baby face. I'm gonna see if the glasses work. It's better. Okay. That's a bit more passable, I guess. They wouldn't be white glasses is the thing. I have, like, the John Lennon glasses. I have, like, the big round ones. Can I remove the hat? It probably would look better without the hat, to be honest. See if I can afford better glasses. Man, this is all you have. Blue spruce. Oh, I thought that was like a gray. See, I don't have like thick frame glasses, so I was trying to find something that's sort of like the thin silvers. Closest I can find are these. E-boy. Man, everyone's a critic. I feel like some of you don't understand that I look different every time I show my face. I let my hair grow for 7 months and then I cut it short and then I let it grow and then I cut it. I change my glasses every 6 months. Sometimes I have facial hair, sometimes I just go completely clean shaven. I don't have a look. I'm just this doesn't feel like I don't. God, is that what I look like? Damn, maybe it's time for a haircut. I like the hat more. I don't see myself as like a long hair glasses guy, but it's just kind of that's just kind of what happens in life. I found your eyes get shitty and you don't feel like getting an appointment. I can work with that. Look like a veterinarian. Okay. So I've been streaming since 8, so I'm running at about 4.5 hours now. And I don't usually go for super long streams. I think I'm probably gonna call it just right around here. Feels like a good stopping point. I hate this fucking hat. The more I look at it, the more I don't want it. I feel like I'm gonna have to get another haircut. I'm gonna get a haircut in real life so that I'm allowed to get a haircut in the video game. That's where my mind is right now. Like none of this. I don't want to. That's a fucking YouTube reviewer look right there. Like I can't. I have to. I can't wear the glasses and no hat. It's either accessories or no accessories. It's officially 420. But I actually have to show her a Pokemon. Oh. I never thought just a change in color would lead to such a different impression for the same Pokemon. That's inspired me. Give me a moment. I should have done that before I bought clothes. It's gonna be like the coolest fucking drip I've ever seen, too. I kind of want to do all of her quests now, just so I can afford actual decent clothing. Alright. Pat, what the fuck? You come on! Some of the cool... This is... Seriously? I just spent all my money. I could have had the fucking anime jacket. God damn it. This sucks, man. I could have the fucking missing... The fucking Half-Life 2 missing texture shirt. I would be wearing... I would wear this in real life. Come on. 1800. Stream's not over yet. I've got 2 Stardust in my inventory. And I am not ending until I have that jacket. And I have a nugget. Anything else to sell? I'll look at the other stuff too. I just know for a fact there's something else I want to wear besides these freaking geese. No, 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 no. I'm trying to find someone to sell stuff to. Alright. Buy this. That's money. King's Leaf. Alright. I got what I need. Still all geese right now. Trousers. So they're more patterned trousers. I could get the so, what do you think, chat? Get the patterned jeans and a simple shirt? Get the... I feel like I should wear the funny shirt. That looks kind of comfy. God. I never realized how close that is to the anime shirt. I can afford both if I really wanted to. No, no way. That is awful. Oh, it's all sandals still. Looks so good. Fantastic. That's better. It's a fucking anime. It's so anime. Ew. It's a fancy bottom. I mean, wear it. I could pull it off. I won't lie. I kind of want to go for the fancy ones. It matches, you know? It's distinguished. These shoes gotta go, though. I had, like, some yellow work. White, that's not bad. I need a second opinion here on shoes. So my options are yellow, purple, or white. I feel like that's the best bet. I'm thinking white shoes. I guess that matches the belt, now that I think about it. So something like this could work. I'm gonna look through these. If I got like... Yeah. Got a purple one. This is important. Everything is going to wait until I decide what shoes to get. Yellow? You think so? Yellow shoes? I think it does work. I figure because those little yellow bracers, it adds on to it. But I'm also wondering if maybe a darker color. No, but like, see, like purple. So this is the purple. Amethyst. And then I feel like purple's better than yellow. Daffodil. Yeah, between those two I'd go with the amethyst. Try pine. I see what you're going for, but there's no green in this outfit. It's too far out. Indigo? But amethyst is closer. Indigo, like, there's no indigo on this outfit. And I already have the yellow accent. I have yellow and beige. I can't throw indigo too. Like, I need to conform a little bit. I feel like it's amethyst. Because the amethyst matches the dark checkers. I'm going with this. There's no black in the outfit, so I don't think black would work. And just for fun, I'm gonna see if there's a hat that works. Kind of like the anime mask, the Shinx mask. I think that's all the interesting stuff. The rest is freaking pirate hats. Yeah, no, I already have 2 of these. I think the comically... I'm tempted to get this. This is like so much... This goes so much harder than my last outfit. Gotta do it. Doesn't fit the colors. It matches the belt and the shoes, IMO. I think it does. In fact, it actually works really well. So the belt, the middle of my body, the bottom, and the top all match. See? However, the pants and shoes fit. The white is a little out there, but I think because like I have a pale character, I think it works. It matches my my face, which is just completely too bright, completely untanned. Can I get a rating on this in chat? How's my drip right now? I feel like this goes pretty hard. In fact, I'm gonna go a step further and say if I dyed my hair Dante white, this would be like the perfect outfit. Fuck, now I kind of want to do that. Oh, man. I was saying earlier, I want the Dante hair. I'm going to do it. I feel like this is the part that's missing. Like, the white pants need something to complement, and this is it. Let's go. Now the question is eyebrows. I don't think so. I feel like I should just leave them the normal color, right? Like, it's dyed hair. Black? Black would match the outfit more. Like, I feel like at this point I'm completely, it's not about looking like me at this point. It's about the drip. So, I feel like... I'll leave it chestnut. I think it looks good. White hair ain't... Well, you haven't seen it in the full outfit. Hold on. You're only seeing the top shot. You gotta have the pants and the hat in the shot. It looks like a grandma right now. Hold on. Hold on. It can still work. It can still work. I look like a... I look like a fucking Instagram model now. It's 10 out of 10. It didn't come out as intimidating as I thought, but I think the outfit totally works. I would not have the confidence to pull this off in real life. But in a video game, sure. It's weird. I do think the chestnut hair provided some contrast. Like, it's a little too bright an outfit now. I'm almost wondering if a change in hat would help. It's not... Oh, that's not bad. I'm not changing the hat, but I'm just curious if it would, like, change the outfit. I think this looks cool, but I don't know if it feels like me, you know? I think I would go with the chestnut hair. Feels like I'm, projecting a little too much with the white hair. Like, I couldn't pull... Like, I wouldn't have the confidence for this. I appreciate you draining my $500, ma'am. I'm gonna do it one more time. If anything, this is what I'm gonna say. I think having the chestnut hair provides, like, a contrast for how eccentric the outfit is. Like, the outfit is already so grandiose and audacious. This brings it back a little. Like, it's like, alright, I'm not overdoing it. I've got... Like, it's just an accent piece. Yeah, I think that works way better. It's good having, like, a dark part on the outfit. White hair, no hat. Yeah, it would have been worth looking. But I don't mind this at all. God, this hat looks so stupid. Just a freaking pan. The bowl. Alright. I just spent like 10 minutes doing that. Man, now I do wish I looked at the hat, white hair with no hat. I don't care. I'm keeping this outfit. I like this. If I get a better hat, I'll change it. But I don't mind the rest of this drip. I'm going to call it there. Because it's 12:30. About to be 1. I've been streaming for like, going on like 5 hours. So, yeah. I'm having fun with this game. I may or may not stream it tomorrow. Or today, rather. Because... the more I stream, the more I get distracted from video stuff. So, I do want to finish this game on stream. So, you might see some more daily streams until I'm done. But no promises. I'll update the events on my Discord, and I'll tweet out when I go live. But that's going to be the end for the night. Thanks for stopping by, subbing, chatting, talking, anything at all. Am I going to hand out mod again? I think we're alright. It seemed like I had 3 or 4 mods in chat. I did it yesterday. If I do it every day in a row, then I won't have any mods. I won't have to give out mod again for a while. So I'm going to stagger it. I'm going to keep you guys on your toes on when I give out mod. It helps me kind of suss out who's just trying to get it and who's just actually around. Yeah, I'm looking to stream tomorrow, but I don't know when. Probably same time. The plush is going for 13, I think 12 more days. So if you want to get one, there is a time limit. I don't know if I'll get to extend it. If I can, I will, but I don't expect to. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, and bye.